Okay. My name is George Patanovic. I'd like to welcome you all to our second of three conversations that we're sponsoring for space that are being held in the weeks leading up to Election Day, November 2nd. Tonight's discussion is going to be on the question of whether or not it is in the town's best interest to sell or not to sell the 290-acre Patriot Hills Golf Course and clubhouse, including the 26 acres of the Letchworth property and the buildings. Before I go any further, I just want to bring up the chart of okay, great. We can all see that, okay. Space is holding these Zoom conversations because we think it's exceptionally important during the months and weeks leading up to Election Day to provide the opportunity for both the voters and those running for office to engage in a discussion around the issues facing our town. All candidates running for Stony Point Supervisor and Town Council were invited to participate in tonight's discussion. Back in February 12th, 2020, the Stony Point Town Board passed a resolution to authorize Supervisor Jim Monahan to sign a contract for sale of the Letchworth and Patriot Hills property. While the supervisor and town board could have held a vote, it decided not to. While the supervisor and town board could have made the terms of the contract of sale available to the public, they decided not to. The signing of the contract and the sale of the public lands was subject to a permissive referendum. So during the early weeks of the spring of 2020, we all joined a very strong nonpartisan grassroots movement to collect enough signatures to sign the petitions necessary to hold a vote, not once, but twice during the height of COVID. This was an effort of democracy in action. Many of you were part of that effort to sign and collect petitions and hold a permissive referendum on November 2nd, and we want to thank you for your efforts. Credit is also due to Dr. Greg Julian and attorney Michael Diederich, who is also running as a candidate for town supervisor. They fought the battle in the courts and were successful in the courts to secure the referendum vote. So for you, the Stony Point voters. So with less than 2 weeks before Election Day, we see a lot of campaign signs in yards and along the side of the roads, urging us to vote for a candidate or Stony Point supervisor or town council. And we see a lot of signs along the side of the road urging us to vote yes or no on Proposition 7, the sale of the property. We are not here tonight to tell you to vote yes or no. Our role for space is education and discussion. We want greater transparency so that you, the Stony Point voters, can make an informed decision. Through the Freedom of Information Law, space has collected copies of documents, and we want to provide that information that we learned to you, and also to raise questions that we've learned through that process. Each segment of the presentation tonight will be brief, and then it will be followed by an opportunity for discussion. And with that, I would like to give an opportunity to Susan Folgaris to start our presentation. Susan, are you there? Okay, we got quite a few people coming on, so just give them a minute. Okay, Susan, can you, are you on now?
I'm on. I have to answer my phone real quick.
Okay.
George, while we're getting ready, Mike Diederich, can I just confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, great, thank you.
Everyone came in, I had you muted. It's probably best to be muted until you have a chance to say. If you want to make a comment, we're going to have a discussion to follow each of the segments of the presentation. You can raise your hand and I'll try to recognize you. So you can, each person can give an opportunity to talk for a minute or so on, and we'll have a discussion. Great to see everybody out there. Thank you for coming and participating tonight.
Okay, George.
Okay. Susan, I started with an introduction, and I'm ready for you now on the start of the presentation at this point. Can you see the slides?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, I guess what I missed the introduction. Don't ask me how, but what Space thought we would do is show you the pictures of the buildings that are at for sale, starting with Patriot Hills Golf Course and Golf Club, and then rolling over to the next slide. It's the Golf Course Golf Club plus 26 acres. And on that 26 acres contains Kirkbride, the dog park, Stony Point Justice Court, Cornell Cooperative Extension, and the Row Building. And the other thing we don't talk about very often, George, is the fact that we hold the highly lucrative Wayne Day Carnival on the Letchworth property. So when we look at what we're talking about selling, it's the 5 buildings and the events that can be held there. Roll it over, George. The Patriot Hills Letchworth property, this is a tax plat, more or less shows you what the configuration is, which is somewhat strange. But it's a very large, somewhere between 243 and 290 acres. George? This started in 2018 with a memorandum of understanding that was signed by the applicant's attorney and the town supervisor. In that MOU, which caused a great deal of confusion, there was a $10,000 per month fee for the exclusive rights to purchase the golf club and the adjacent property. The court ruled that the MOU agreement was not permitted, and the town wasn't paid the fee. Turns out the town didn't have complete ownership to the property. Go ahead, George. As we look, what just got passed at the last town board meeting, and apparently there is question about it, but nevertheless, we now have a right of first refusal as Amendment 3 to the purchase and sale agreement. I'm going to leave that's for the discussion, but this document now exists. George? Okay. With the purchase and sale agreement, the price is stated as $6.4 million. The agreement was signed on 4/12. However, there's a lot of questions on the price. So what actually is the cash price for the sale of the Patriot Hills Golf Club, Golf Course, and the 26 acres?
Okay, this is a video clip from the video that Roger Moore, who is a neighbor in Stony Point, he's a neighbor of mine, who is the interested purchaser of the property with his partners, produced to explain his views on the reasons why this property should be sold. I respect Roger Moore a lot. I think he's a fine person. It's just that there's a lot of questions that have been raised in this dealings of understanding the contract. And we're going to try and go through the questions that have been raised and the issues that have been raised in his video.
Well, we're paying the town approximately $6.4 million. That includes the Letchworth property and the golf course.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So go ahead and roll it over, George. One more.
Well, we're paying the town.
Hold on.
Okay. So we have a $6.4 million cost statement. What the interesting part is where do those costs come from and how do we arrive at those numbers? Roll it over, George. On the purchase and sale agreement, that is what the town is calling the contract. There is a $3 million cash payment specific to the sale of the property. The rider to the purchase and sale agreement states there will be $415,000 mandated by the state of New York for the establishment of parkland property, and an escrow needs to be accounted for. That was the property that was alienated to, I'm not quite sure what parcel it is, so maybe to square it off.
Yeah.
We then get in the rider, there is a $3 million performance bond. and is specific to the build of the 7,500 square feet recreation community center. And that's where the $6.4 million that's being floated around, that's where it comes from. So there's 3 million in cash that's specific to the sale of the property. There's $415,000 that's mandated by the state of New York, put in escrow for establishment of parkland. And there's a $3 million performance bond. That performance bond, as stated in the rider, is specific to the Recreation Community Center. George, turn it. So we're hearing a lot of numbers that say, how are we going to update? What is the cost of the update? Where are the numbers coming from? So the biggest question is, where are the engineering studies to I can't say the word tonight, I'm sorry, the upgraded cost for the golf club, golf house? We're looking at $11 to $13 million, George.
The clubhouse requires $4 to $5 million, and the golf course, to upgrade the golf course, you probably require an additional $7 or $8 million.
So, but the question is, how do we arrive at those? George, one more slide, please.
The clubhouse,
Okay. And will this one talk too?
Yeah, it will.
these Letchworth buildings they were closed in 1996. They've been just sitting there since 1996. That needs approximately, to clean the asbestos and to fix and take the building down, they're talking anywhere from $6 million to $10 million.
I think one of the questions that has yet to be asked is there reclamation profits on these buildings? Those stone roofs are worth a great deal of money. Cornell Center is rented. The golf course still makes money on a monthly basis. How much of it is allocated to the maintenance, the upkeep, and refurbishment of the golf course? So no one has really addressed, or the town has yet to supply to the town residents.
Just real quick, I think that the golf course makes money that's a state. I don't know, that's a statement of fact. I understand it may be an opinion. I'm not sure you can really prove that. Anyway, but
okay, Tom, that's a good way to put it. How about the golf course brings in money on a monthly basis, but we need to understand how the money is allocated to the expenses of the golf course.
Okay. Yep.
I think that's a good point. George, roll it over.
These Letchworth buildings.
Okay. So,
And here are the questions. All up to you.
okay. So these are the questions that we covered in that first part. We would welcome anyone who wants to have a discussion on these. These are the questions, and then we're going to go on to another segment after this. If anyone would like to comment on what you heard, this is your opportunity now.
I would like to comment.
Please just say who you are. And so we know.
Mike Diedrich, and as George mentioned, I'm the attorney that was able to get us a permissive referendum on the sale. I have a little bias because my father was on the golf course committee and he loved the golf course and I love the golf course, but I'm trying to base decisions on fact. So I'm not sure how many comments you want right now, but I think Susan's description of the rider, it's not quite, I mean, I can go into a lot of things, but just commenting on what was stated so far regarding the rider, I don't think it's been determined that the 2015 parkland fee has been determined by the state. I think that's a guesstimate.
Mhm.
So I don't think that's a firm number. As far as a performance bond, that's not a contractual amount. I mean, that's a bond, estimating performance. So maybe that's a little bit legalistic. And the right of first refusal, I proposed maybe 3 weeks ago a right of first refusal, and my proposal was that it be something viable and realistic. And what was discussed was that if the purchaser, Raj, his LLC, intended to or wanted to reconvey the property to sell to somebody else, the town would have a right to come in first and repurchase the property. And the terms would be the investment, the reasonable investment of the LLC to date. In other words, what Raj put into, refurbishing the bunkers and building another, or refurbishing the senior center, or whatever he put in reasonable, it would be, that's what the town would be responsible for paying him. Because otherwise, the two problems with the right of first refusal that you saw on the screen, that's in the documents, and which I did not see until after the town board voted on it. The two aspects of it is, one is there's no time frame that's realistic. There's no way a town can just determine to repurchase land in 30 days. That's absurd. That's number one. And number two is the whole point in the right of first refusal that I had proposed to Raj and the town, where it would be reimbursing the cost of the developer. It would be fair for the developer because he would be reimbursed for reasonable investment in cleaning up, rehabilitating asbestos abatement in Letchworth, putting in new bunkers or whatever he needs there, and so on and so forth. So it would be reasonable for him to be reimbursed that. And I also, we discussed giving him a 25% extra for his work effort, but that would be something reasonable. But the way the current right of first refusal stands, it's deceptive, number one, and insane, number two. Because if, for example, if my fear of a real residential real property developer were to come in and offer a huge amount of money to purchase the property, $100 million, you pick the number, and a very, very high amount of money, the town could never meet that proposal. And the whole purpose of the proposal is to avoid a undesirable potential use that might be very lucrative to the purchaser seeking high density housing or whatever. It might be very valuable to that person that might be willing to offer a whole lot of millions of dollars, which the town could never meet. So the right of first refusal that is amended, the third amendment, that is totally unsatisfactory. And George, I emailed you a copy, and I have on my screen, if anybody would like to see it, what I proposed to the supervisor and Raj regarding just what I said, having a right of first refusal, which allows for a reasonable amount of time for the town to execute it, and for the amount to be paid to be the reasonable investment of Raj in further, in the property, plus 25% for 10 years. That would be, I think, a reasonable way of protecting the property against being flipped, for example. And I have no belief that Raj would flip it, but like I've mentioned, he could be struck by lightning. He's not the sole owner of his LLC. A future purchaser could, end up not being able to do the things he wants, and then we have a different circumstance and the potential for selling to a third party. Okay. So that's why we need a viable right of first refusal, which is what I proposed. So those are my comments to this point in time.
Fine. Thank you, Michael. And those documents that you have, if you send them to me, I can make them available for people to download them. We won't do them right now, but we can have them available if people want to read your letter.
Are there any other questions or comments that someone would like to make?
Just this is Tom, right? Are you
Yes,
going to get later on in the discussion, whether or not this is a fair price for the golf course? I mean, the appraisals they've done established it at about 3.2 million. We're looking at getting 6.4 million, and then there's about another 13.4 million in cost avoidance. Are we going to, which I'd like to bring up and discuss those, are those going to be things we're going to discuss?
I think we get to them like right into the golf course.
Right.
But you can bring them up right now.
Well,
I think those are good points, Tom. Start with your first one, please.
Well, so I think the first question is that, and I get all this right of first refusal stuff, but I think this is all after the fact. First, you have to make the sale and understand we want to protect ourselves. And those are good points. I'm not discounting the points. But the first point is, we've got this asset, right, that came out, 20 years ago when golf courses were being built all over the place. And the number of people who wanted to do recreational golf started to fall off of a cliff. It was just a not a very good investment. The timing was poor on it. And then I think the original numbers were about $11 million for this thing, which exploded out to $16 million for the golf course and $4 million for the clubhouse. So you got about a $20 million cost out there. And then besides all the mismanagement and corruption, you just had.
Ooh, I'm not touching that.
Pardon me?
That's okay, Tom. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So we just simply overpaid for an investment that had declining value as we were building it. Right. So you had. So everybody thinks got this $20 million locked in $20 million locked in their mind, but what you're going to get for it is what the market is going to bear. And I think the due diligence that was done here was they went out and did some appraisals. They did appraisals. They did different methods to get the different appraisals. They had multiple golf courses in the area that are a mix of public and private. And I've read through that thing in detail. And at 3.2 million, that's the value of the golf course. Now, I've also was on, in fact, I used to be on a thing called the Facts Committee that established the board that actually ran the golf course from like 2005 and on. And I can tell you that this was not making any money, this golf course. So just to get 3.2 million for something that essentially is flat in terms of profitability seems to me a gift. And then you add on all the other things that Raj is going to do, besides the fact that I think he's demonstrated that he's a strong civil citizen of the town who really wants to do well for everybody. I can't get stuck. I get stuck on why there's such resistance when it seems to me this is a pretty good deal for the town.
Okay, and Tom, can I answer some of those? Can you take a deep breath for me real quick?
Sure,
I got a couple comments.
I didn't speak as long as Mr. Diedrich, but I'll take that.
No, it's okay. I'm trying not to interrupt anybody. I got tape on my mouth. One, this is not, and I want to put my foot down. The call will end. This is not a personal review of Mr. Amar. He is a businessman. He is a professional. He is a resident of the town of Stony Point, and he has made a business proposition.
Yeah.
Period. Okay. So we're not anybody who starts that, I'm going to get in the middle of. I will not. That is not what this call is about.
Yeah, that's great. I don't want it to be about it.
Period.
I don't want it to be I want it to be about what's the business value, what's the value of this golf course, and what's the town getting, what's the total value the town is getting for this asset.
Walter, why don't you go ahead and I'll be quiet. George, Walter would like to speak.
Walter would like to speak. Okay. You have to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead.
There you go, Walter.
All right, a couple of things just to stay on board with regards to what you were, I think you had some comment about the $415,000 with regards to, and I think that's for the 67 acres of the property that the state owned.
Walter, one of my problems is that none of this is very clear. I simply looked at what the document stated, and I can give you page numbers, and that's what it stated. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's part of the confusion. I mean, there's a lot of information to go through. I've been doing this for 3 years with the inception of this, when it started with the MOU. But
Let me just
just finish, Mike.
Yeah, I just want to confirm what Walter just said. It's accurate what he just said.
Michael, yeah, just let him talk.
All right, so I want to get to the question about the money that the golf course is making. If one looks at the audited financial statements, okay, for the town of Stony Point from the years 2013 to 2019, and if you look at the net cash flows that the golf course is producing, which is an indicator of the golf course itself and its business on its own, it has a net cash value of over 200,000 just about for every year from 2013 to 2019. And actually last year was 177,000. 2020 was 232,000. So
are we talking average monthly
No, this is,
dollars, or
this-
just at the end of a 12-month period, that's what's left?
this is the end of the period that the golf course is open. So you can say it's a year, but the golf course is not open for a year.
Correct.
Just out of curiosity, right?
All right, and let me just say one more thing. This year, we are probably going to break the all-time revenue that golf course has brought in, according to the town budgets in all those years. It's averaged probably about 1.77 million a year from 2013 to the present time.
Mhm.
Currently, we are at 1.8 million in revenue this year, excluding September and October. And if we follow last year's revenue numbers, and they're slightly less than $250,000 a year, we will probably break 2.1 million, which I don't think the golf course has ever brought in revenue. So for those that think the golf course is not bringing in revenue to the town, I mean, those are numbers that you can get from the audited financial statements.
So let me just respond to that. And I appreciate your
Name,
research.
please.
This is Tom Wright again. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Tom.
What I see are the enterprise fund, which I don't believe is an audited financial statements, just an enterprise. It's a P&L essentially for the golf course. If you look at the appraisal actually assumes $400,000 a year in income. You're only saying 200,000. That's really cash flow. It doesn't even account for things like there's no depreciation on that whatsoever. So I would still say, I think a due diligence and a conservative view of the income of that golf course, you're lucky to get 200 grand out of that. And again, why does the town want to bear the responsibility, the risk of fluctuating numbers of rounds when you can let an entrepreneur do that who's far better at it? I'd put Raj up against anybody as an entrepreneur on the town board to run that place.
What do
You
you
know,
mean by
one of the interesting things is that I think I know Tom Wright's got a right number, and I know Walter's got a right number, but the town itself has never, all these numbers keep rolling out at us, and I'm not an accountant, and I can't pick those documents up and say, oh, I know where this all goes. We keep being told numbers, but we don't see documents. We don't see a real explanation, and the numbers aren't complete, if that makes sense.
And if I
Well,
may,
What about maintenance? What about
just-
cutting grass? What about painting? What about, there are so many costs, but you're not seeing that.
and those things are buried. The enterprise fund is meant to
Correct.
basically be an accounting document for the golf course, and it's the golf course and it's the clubhouse. The two of them are combined. So those numbers are there. Now the details behind them, you'd have to get into the finance guy to get those things, but those numbers are public. They've been out there for a long time. So they're there. The other thing you can go to is you can go read the appraisal. I'm telling you, the appraisal document is substantial. And it's varied, and it's,
Where is the appraisal document, if I may ask? Where would I find that?
Susan, I have it downloaded. I'll have to find the link, but I downloaded it.
I think you can get that from the town, but
Yeah, it's definitely off the town's website. If you just if you Google Stony Point Patriot Hills appraisal
Okay,
and you hunt and peck, and I know you're good at this, Susan, you'll pick it up.
thank you.
May I ask a question? And that this is the question. If the town is making a little bit of revenue from the golf course, and if Mr. Wright is saying, I'm guessing that Mr. Raj can make more, even though he's never run a golf course before, why wouldn't it be more in the town's interest simply to go out to the private sector and find people who have actually in the past operated golf courses, and then hire that entrepreneur to run our publicly owned golf course, rather than disposing of our asset? And like I said before, if we don't have any viable constraints on the sale, and if the new operator decides, well, you know what, golf course operation isn't really all that profitable, maybe I should do something else like high density housing. And I'm not saying Raj would do that, but what I'm saying is, down 10 years down the line, what if that happens? And that's why I think we should consider keeping the land publicly owned and go to the private sector to operate it.
But I think we can what if this stuff forever and always find a way not to sell anything.
Yeah, let's go
In
on.
my mind, first of all, this was a mistake from the beginning, building a golf course, a municipal golf course.
No,
was just-
it
I'm
wasn't.
just not a fan of doing those things.
Well,
But
Let me just interrupt here because I can see that you're clearly against keeping the golf course, okay? And
Yes,
I'll tell you,
agree to that.
after we've paid off the bond and the residents of this town have invested in those bond payments over the last 25 years, and we're coming to the conclusion of those bond payments in 2027, and the golf course is making money, okay? Because if the golf course if the people vote to sell the golf course, Raj will be making money at the first moment in time. Believe me.
I'm not
And,
sure
you
I
know,
agree with that statement. I
well,
mean,
I'm telling you, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you the facts, okay?
Hey, Walter,
I-
hang
no,
on a second.
I-
Dave Kiley here. Can I
facts
jump in for a
Yes,
moment?
can we
Dan?
have, can, announce your name again, please, sir?
Dave Kiley.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So we have a bond of 25 million for a property that's worth what realistically? What is it really worth realistically? I mean, if what Tom is saying is correct, this thing is appraised at 3.2 million. So if you buy a house at 25 million and it's now appraised at,
That's-
well, could I finish? Is that cool?
Yeah, you could finish.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So we have a piece of property that we purchased for $25 million, which is now worth, all right, let's say it's worth 10 million, regardless. It's not worth what it was when we invested. Can we all agree on that? Or do we all think it's actually worth 25 million? Is there anyone out there right now that's going to pay us 25 million for this piece of property?
You know what, let me chime in for a second. Yes,
Michael,
I mean,
just-
yes, it's about $11,000 per acre. How many parcels of land in this town go for $11,000 per acre?
If you could
And what you're
build on
doing
them,
is you're saying,
you can't build on all of them.
if I may finish, what you're saying
Sure.
here is that for the golf course use, we're appraising it, but you know what? When the property goes unrestricted into private hands, it's whatever the market will
All right.
bear. So
First of all, the property is not unrestricted.
it is unrestricted.
It's
Mr.
not
Kiley.
unrestricted.
It is unrestricted.
Does this property not subject to zoning laws?
As I've said, and you know what?
No, hang on a second. Is
I-
this property subject to current zoning laws of Stony Point?
Okay, I'll address that. I will address that. And by the way, I appreciate Tom Wright adding comments, and Mr. Kiley, I appreciate everybody adding comments. But I will
Right.
point out in this discussion, I do not see the supervisor on this panel. I don't see.
Okay, so we're going to turn this into a political thing.
No,
Mike, like
we're
we did
not.
Last time.
No.
Right.
Maybe we
This
should,
is
Mike,
a
because last time,
discussion.
basically, you said we should vote out the Stony Point board and turned it into a political thing. So my
Okay.
question to you is very simple, Mike. Is this piece of property subject to Stony Point zoning laws?
Okay, and I'll answer that question. And I've
Go ahead.
been,
I'm
I've
waiting.
been to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. I've done land use litigation.
Awesome.
I've done civil
Perfect.
rights litigation. And
Very
as
impressive.
I have repeatedly stated, zoning can be changed at any time. So just because the present zoning allows one thing doesn't mean when there's a new town board or the same town board, it cannot change the zoning to whatever it wants. And that
Okay.
is my problem for, 5 or 10 years down the road. If this land is in private hands,
Dude, it's
there's nothing.
bullshit. It's
there-
fear mongering.
May I finish, sir?
Doing.
Gentlemen,
May I finish?
Gentlemen, as the
Come on.
moderator, I'm going to stop that line of discussion. We're getting a little, George.
Let's go
We're
on.
not getting
Slide,
aggravated.
Let's go on
Mike's
with
getting
the
aggravated because
George,
it doesn't agree with his political
next
viewpoint.
slide, please.
This is supposed to be a community discussion,
Thank
Dan,
you.
not a
And
present.
I'm
presentation.
I am addressing your
But you're
question as a
not.
lawyer
Michael,
that's experienced
please.
in land use law. You can always
Michael,
change the
Please
zoning.
allow other people.
Thank you.
to speak.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
so my second
Stop,
question is, and
Gentlemen.
this is a non-political question. It's a very straightforward question.
George, where are you?
Let's,
And one other
It's-
thing too,
it's a
Susan, I'd just
very
like to add
straight-
to it,
we're
is
gonna,
that if there are
okay, we're gonna hold off right now. I can't have everybody talking over everybody else. Let's continue. The presentation is gonna continue. We'll have another opportunity.
This is supposed to be a discussion, though, is
It
it
is supposed
not?
to be a discussion. I would like people to respect the fact of not talking over each other. Let's
Well,
go on.
we
We're
can
gonna let
do
Susan
that.
continue. All right.
We can do that, but can
I'd
we
appreciate
discuss
it if
instead
you'd
of the
allow other people to
presentation?
talk too. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Susan, go ahead.
Who was just speaking? If I may,
Kylie. Okay.
Dave?
This is Dave Kiley. I thought this was a
Okay.
discussion. I didn't
Okay,
realize it
Mr.
was a
Kiley.
presentation.
No, where would you like to go next? I mean, where we are slated to go, George, turn the slide.
Right. Okay.
All we're
So-
trying to do is bring out the pieces. All right? And then you can discuss the issues.
And I appreciate that, but we were discussing the profitability, and one of the big points here is this parcel of land profitable to the town? Does it make sense to sell it off at the price they're asking for, $6 million for a
Mhm.
quote unquote $25 million piece of property, which we all know it's not worth?
Mm.
And then what is the actual profitability of the land?
Okay.
What is the
And-
P&L? We're talking about cash flow. Cash flow does not
Excellent.
necessarily mean profitability, right?
Right, correct.
So if you run the P&L, what are the real numbers?
And I don't think anyone here is capable of answering that because there's a lot of data that is needed from the town.
But if we're not
to answer your
capable of
question.
asking that, how answering
Oh, I
that,
didn't
then
say
how are
asking, I
we
said answering.
answering? I misspoke. I apologize.
No.
If we're not capable of answering that question, whether or not the piece of property right now is profitable to the town, why do we keep saying that now that this $25 million bond, which we paid obviously way too much for this property, because
Mhm.
can we all admit the property is not worth 25 million, or is that a stretch?
I
Okay.
think keep going. Keep going. I'm
Okay, so
I'm
no
not
answer
agreeing or
there.
disagreeing.
So fine,
trying to
so-
get the conversation going.
right. So
I will again chime in because how you frame the question frames the debate. And it's not solely a question of profitability of the land. It's also a question of value of the land. The $25 million has been paid already. There's only a small amount on the bond left. So it's a question of the value of the land. And the
Right.
value of the land is not solely, golf course use. There's also the possibility of other uses in the future if the town board, for example, were to change, let's say the purchaser decided, you know what, I can't make a profit at a golf course anymore. I'd like to change the zoning to allow for residential development. That is a
Agreed.
Susan,
possibility.
can I just get a word in
I
here?
agree 100%,
Please,
but
who
with
wants to get a word in?
This is
Go ahead.
Tom Wright.
hey,
Let
Tom.
Tom Wright speak,
All right,
please.
Sure.
two quick points. First of all, 25 million, that's the sunk cost fallacy. It has nothing to do with the future value of the property. It's
Right.
meaningless in the context other than we just blew 25 million. The second point is that even the appraisal assumes $420,000 of income, including money you would get from the catering hall. So even if you get to 200,000, which if you look at the numbers on the enterprise fund, it doesn't even get to $200,000 a year. So so on that basis alone, the 3.2 million is already overpaying for the revenue, for the income they expect to get, or even positive cash flow if you want to use a more accurate statement.
Walter, you had facts and figures on monies that come out of the golf course, didn't you?
That I have, or the statement of cash flows from the audited town statements.
Okay.
All right, and let me just refer back to the appraisal. The appraisal was done under the auspices of the town assessor claiming it had negative value. Okay, and the director of golf operations telling the appraiser what work needed to be done.
No, I don't think
So
that's a fair
I don't put too much value in that $3 million appraisal that he did, because I went over that appraisal also, and I thought a couple of the golf courses that were compared with ours were clearly more inferior to ours, yet they gave ours the worst appraisal. So, and that's my personal opinion on it.
What does your appraisal come in at?
My appraisal comes in at the golf course is producing revenue to the town.
But revenue is
In the
not
next
profit. Revenue is not profit. You could be making 20 million a year in revenue and sinking 100 million in
The
expenses. and
golf
your
course is
profit-
producing enough revenue to bring a profit to the town if they managed it correctly.
It's
Okay.
financing.
Now, in the next few years, that,
Oh,
no, let me finish. Let me finish.
Dave,
Let him finish.
Let me finish. In the next few years, the bond payments are going to go down. Okay, you're not going to have the $1.3 million interfund transfer anymore. And actually, this year it's gone down to about 600,000, 700,000. So at this point in time, we're starting to see that the golf course is turning the corner with regards to that.
with paying off a
And-
huge bad debt.
No. You said before, is this Dave or is this Tom?
This is Dave.
Okay. Like Tom said, he said we're paying a bad debt, but that's right. We paid off, I consider it a mortgage, okay? I don't consider it a bad debt because we decided to take the investment into the residents' hands and buy this and construct this piece of property, okay? And maybe we paid too much for it, but you know what? We paid for it as town residents and made the investment. And if the golf course was losing money in the red, I would certainly agree with the town selling it, but that's not the case. And in the
So
next
what
few
is the
years, like I
case?
said,
What are
when
the
it
net
goes down with
profits?
the bond payment, all right.
And the only reason I'm interrupting, I apologize for
Over-
interrupting.
okay.
Let me just
Over talk.
Gentlemen, we're speaking over each other.
let me
Please.
finish, okay? Because listen, I've done this for 3 years, and if you want to sit down in front of me personally, we can do that too. But I'll tell you what. If the golf course was managed by a third-party company, we would immediately see a few $100,000 or more a year in profit to the town. And I'll give you an example.
Because you're going to pay him a fee.
I'll give you the example. Orangeburg is doing that at this present moment. Okay. They are managed by Applied Golf. And they pay Applied Golf roughly $2 million for Broad Acres and Blue Hill. Their source of revenue is estimated at $2.5 million. So they're making about $500,000. So if you extrapolate the numbers and put it into Patriot Hills, and we would have a company that managed the property, we would certainly make around $200,000 to $400,000 a year. Based on the current revenue of 2.1 million, if we had a contract for $1.5 million that we paid Applied Golf, the rest would be revenue profit to the town. And that's why I think it's important to keep the property. I mean, because we've invested in this over all that time. And that's not
Well, we
the only
haven't
reason.
actually, I would make the argument we haven't invested. If you look at that, if you look at the enterprise fund that I've got it right behind in front of me, there's not any lines in there for CapEx. So when they say, when the
CapEx.
study comes out that says we got $5 to $6 million in capital expenditures, that's because, and I know this, having been on that fax committee board, we never put a dime into those things. And I know the bunkers are bad 5 years ago. They're even worse now.
Yeah, you know, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all.
I'd like to finish.
Okay,
Do you play there?
No, I've never played golf. But I know
Oh,
how
okay.
it
So
is.
then how can you tell that the bunkers are bad?
Because everybody I know that plays there tells
That's,
me that.
you know, that's complete
And here's
BS.
one
And you
other
know,
thing.
that's why I'll leave it at that.
Well,
I'll
let me
leave it at
finish,
that.
because
I'd
I
like
was
to-
on golf committee.
You can think that,
okay.
I know you're not going
I would like to chime in a little bit. Now,
Hang
the
on, so
appraise-
Tom is speaking
Can
and
we,
now everyone
can
else
we
jumps
move?
in.
Gentlemen,
Okay, I would like to
Can
speak as soon
we,
as Tom
Michael-
is done speaking.
Tom, can you finish? If you
Yeah,
had more to
so, I
say, I
mean,
don't know if you did, but I would like to speak
when
as
I was
well.
on the fact committee, there were 5 or 6 other ones, including Dave Fusco, Scott Farley, a bunch of people who played there, and they all agreed. It's not, you don't have to rely on me. Those people tell you to, those bunkers were already in bad shape
I've had
5
it.
and 6 years ago.
I've had it.
Secondly, this is one of Mr. Diedrich's points
Listen,
earlier.
you guys are one-sided, and you know what? I will leave this conversation as I regret it.
Walter, it's a
And,
discussion.
you know, George and I can talk on the side, but you know what?
Let's continue the
Let's-
You
presentation.
guys continue your
I would
discussion.
like to
Well,
say
Michael, we're gonna
something.
continue the
Have a
presentation.
good evening.
I thought it was a
Gentlemen?
community discussion, Walter.
All right, let's-
Gentlemen,
Could I chime in?
no, no.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean, no?
Michael,
We've just had a long discussion from Tom and
And we had an
And
equally
I would
long
like to-
discussion from you.
I would
at the
like to
beginning.
bring
No,
up
you-
a point.
Michael should be able
Mike-
to
If you
speak.
don't mind.
Mike, I
You
don't agree
have-
with you, but you should be able to speak because this is a community discussion.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
So
I love you, Mike.
my point is this: as to appraised value of the land as a golf course, that is one item. But the other item, and the item that concerns me, is if the property goes into private hands, there's nothing that prevents the town board in the future from rezoning. If, for example, the golf course owner wants that land rezoning.
Can I just ask a question?
Can
Mike,
I
real fast?
finish, please?
I just got a
Let
question
him
for you
finish,
because
and then
topic.
I believe that's Tom. You can make
Yeah.
your statement, and then
I
we're
just-
moving to the next
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah, I just have a
if I could-
question for
if-
Mr. Diedrich on this topic.
No, I would like to make a statement instead of being interrupted.
Yeah,
please.
let Mike finish, and I agree with Mike. This is a concern as far as flipping it to who knows who.
And
So go ahead,
I'm
Mike.
not concerned so much flipping in the short run. I'm concerned in the future, down the road, it's not profitable as a golf course. And the owner, that somebody beyond past Raj, after it's gone to other hands, that owner says, you know what, I can't make a profit or as large a profit as I would like as a golf course. And I would
Mhm.
like to cease the golf course and turn it into, for example, housing. And then my question is, what would the land be appraised if you took the Letchworth land, not the golf course land, the Letchworth land, which allows for example, senior housing, assisted living housing. Those are very valuable uses, which I think would give significant value. And as to the golf course land, that land, even at $50,000 an acre, which is low in this town, but even at that, it would be about $13 million. So if you're talking about appraising the golf course land and the Letchworth land for highest and best use right now in this county, my guess would be you're probably up $15-20 million. And that's what the town is giving to Raj when we sell the land. And that should be a consideration. It shouldn't be just the current use. It should be we also should consider the potential future use if the new owner wishes to seek a different use.
Agreed.
Okay,
Can I ask my
Agreed,
question now?
100%.
can that gentleman who wants to ask his question, ask his
This
question?
is Tom, right? All right, this is Tom, right? And I'm sorry, Dave, and you can follow me, I guess. The question,
No, Tom, go ahead.
question I have is that, yeah, there may be a future owner, and there's going to be a future board that is voted in by future residents of the town of Stony Point. And if the future residents of the town of Stony Point want to vote in a board that wants to take a golf course that now under private concern can't even make any money, I think that's perfectly legitimate for the future residents of this town to allow the board to make that decision.
You're an ass.
And that is an apt statement.
Did you
Dave,
say
you
you're an
want to
ass?
make a statement?
What was that? Who said that?
Come on, Greg.
All right,
Really,
come on,
dude?
let's go on. Let's go
Please
on.
put yourself on mute.
Well, no, hang on, because we're discussing this because Mike brought up a great point. And dude, Mike, I agree with you 100%. We're all concerned about someone taking this great piece of property. If it were up to me, when Letchworth went out of business, I said we should make it into a beautiful college campus because it just had that look and the feel and the buildings and beautiful structure and all that stuff. But the fact is, it just couldn't happen. And it couldn't happen for a lot of reasons, one of which is the dilapidated buildings and the asbestos and all the expenses rolled into that. But to Mike's point, I agree with them. We're all concerned, and it doesn't matter what your party lines are or your political leanings are here. We're all concerned about quote unquote high density housing and a developer coming in, purchasing it and making it into what we don't want to be.
And you summarize.
Hold on. But like Mike said, let's say we keep it and we manage it. If in the future, this private golf company, which can't still turn a profit, decides, we can't do anything with it, then it's sitting with the town of Stony Point again. And we all know towns are not good at running businesses.
Correct.
No governments are good at running businesses. Look at OTB. OTB went bankrupt. It's a gambling business, right? How can you not make a profit on horses? The government should not be involved in running businesses. The government should be making decisions what is best for the community. I believe what's best for the community is having a resident who's been here for 20 plus years, All of his kids went through our high school. I know you're shaking your head, Greg, but these are all facts. You can fact check them, right? The guy seemed legit. He seems sincere that he wants to invest in our community and make this a profitable venture for himself while we also have benefits.
Okay.
All right,
That's
David,
it.
let me chime in again.
Can I
David,
wait?
David, thank you for those comments. And that's why, for example, and I can send you, email you or whatever, the letter I gave regarding a revised right of first refusal, because if Raj is agreeable to that, where if in the future the land use was going to become undesirable and the town could purchase it back at a reasonable price with reasonable notice, that would eliminate major concerns. And all I really need is Raj's signature at the bottom of that document to allay those major concerns, because my kids were on the same bus as Raj's kids. He's my neighbor too. And
Okay,
it seems like a very
gentlemen,
upstanding guy.
gentlemen,
And I'm not against that,
we are
Mike. I
moving.
am not against.
We're gonna
I am
move
not
along.
against a revised right of refusal. I think
Susan, I
it's
just have a point with
certainly
you, Sam.
smart for our government, for our town, for our community, for people like yourselves who are very interested that this land gets used the right way and we don't get screwed over like we have in the past with a lot of poor decisions from a lot of different boards from all different political spectrums, right? We're trying to protect ourselves, right? Listen, I do not see, the website is pretty, it's nice, but Letchworth is not going to turn into this like Stony Point Community Center. It's barely even in Stony Point.
Doesn't matter.
How many of us
gentlemen,
actually
Susan,
even
I just have a
go?
quick question,
It's
Tom.
time to move
Time to
on
move
to the
along.
next
Susan,
subject.
let me
George,
just
We're
ask
having
one
a
more thing, Susan,
conversation,
because
guys.
Mr. Julian said something very disparaging about me. And I'd like him to apologize in front of anybody else for making that comment in public.
Yeah,
believe-
I do apologize,
Thank you.
but may I say that this has really been a exercise where, we really do have to have good questions and answers, but the dominating, you and Dave have a agenda and you've dominated this conversation, and I'm just, that's disappointing.
Let's move
And I
on.
think the
All right,
facts are
Greg.
out there.
Let's
And
move
we're going to move on to the next topic. Please,
move on.
George, turn the slide.
Thank you for hearing me out, Susan. I've said about 5 words today. Thank you.
You'll have another opportunity.
Greg, there will be plenty of time. And actually, I need to control the conversation a little more. We will have no name calling. And this, just to repeat myself, this application is not about Raj, who was an upstanding businessman. This application is about whether or not Letchworth and the golf course should be sold. And that's where the comments should stay.
That's
Now-
where our comments are.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Now, how much revenue will the fire department lose by not having the Wayne Day Carnival, which is held in Letchworth every year? We need to know where that's going to be. George, roll the slide. The other uses of the building. In the rider itself specific, the rider to the purchase and sales contract states that a $3 million performance bond will be posted, I believe shall proceed with reasonable diligence within 30 days of signing the contract sale. They will post a $3 million bond.
Mhm.
Commencement of construction of the Recreation Community Center described herein shall occur within 2 to 7 years of closing title and construction. George, turn it over.
We're going to be building a brand new community center for our seniors. We're going to give them a bigger space, a more safer space, a brand new space, something that they deserve. As a Stony Point resident, it's our responsibility. One day I'm going to get there too. It's our responsibility to make sure that we can take care of our seniors.
Okay, next slide.
Next slide, George. Now, the replacement of the row buildings and its uses is called the Recreation Community Center. In the rider, it states clearly this building will be built. It also states the building will be 7,500 square feet. Does that include the building of the courthouse. George, the next slide. If we look, will taxes be paid during the 2 to 7 year
Did we
period?
lose Susan?
Just let me finish and then you guys can all comment.
Oh, no, I didn't hear you speaking for a while. I don't know if we.
Oh, I'm
disconnected.
sorry. There will
That might
be, my question was, will taxes be paid during the 2 to 7 year period prior to or in the beginnings of the construction of what's called the Recreation Community Center? George, turn the slide. Okay. The community center and the courthouse are tied together. At the time of the completion of, I'm going to call it the senior center, is finished, we have a time frame in which we must abandon the courthouse or pay $9,000 per month.
Right.
When the plans for the senior center are presented, the town, and there's a time frame, and I'm not going to say it's exact.
60
There's a
days.
30 to 60 day time frame that the town has to make up their mind whether or not they are going to include the courthouse in the build. If we do not, a secondary time frame kicks in. If we are not out within a 24-month period, we will pay a rental fee of $9,000 per month. That is in the rider. Okay, George. George, roll the slides.
Turn off your volume if you're not talking or getting background
I
sound.
don't know who that is. Can you roll the slide again? I think we're about at the end. So we have Kirkbride Hall. There are, on the rider, page 3. Purchasers shall lease the Kirkbride and accompanying parking area to the town for $1. Unless and until an alternate site. Somebody needs to mute themselves,
Yeah.
please.
Please turn off your volume if you're not talking now, so we can hear. Hello?
Somebody please mute themselves. All right. On page 3, it states, unless and until an alternate site is located at a location mutually satisfactory to the town and the purchaser. It's just not clear. At the bottom of that, it states specifically that they are going, any changes made to Kirkbride must happen within what the redevelopment incentive overlay states. George, roll the page. George, thank you. We lose the dog park, which must be relocated. I believe it was a $75,000 investment, but I'm sure somebody's going to correct me. The Cornell Cooperative Extension. Hollis, I think that's you. If you can mute yourself, Hollis. Thank you.
I'm not on mute.
No, I don't think so. I heard you. I don't mean it that way, but okay. The Cornell Cooperative Extension is also going to need to leave. Is there a dollar value in what the Cornell Cooperative Extension is contributing to the Letchworth buildings? And if so, do we understand what that is? We have to rebuild the dog park. We have to make sure the 7,500 square feet is inclusive of all of the senior needs plus additional activities within that building. There is also a garage, which is called the Red Barn, but I believe it's the Park and Recreation Garage that will also be torn down, that we will need to replace. Where will we hold our town board meetings? Is that to be in the Community Recreation Center? George, turn the slide. The Cornell Cooperative has to leave 60 days after closing. That's, again, in the rider. George, turn the slide.
There's rental fees that they be paying to the town that we're not going to get.
So
What?
can you go to that last slide? There you go.
Mhm.
The town shall have the right to make provisions for the court facilities within the senior building, but they must provide that to the developer so that it can be accounted for. However, the town will pay all of the fees and dollars associated with building that. And again, we talked about the rental. So what is the cost of removing the dog park, the courthouse, our town hall, where we hold our town board meetings, our zoning board meetings, our planning board meetings, our senior meetings? George, next. This is the detail of the courthouse. So the question is, go ahead and turn it over, George. We have, and here's your $415,000, Walter. Again, all we did is take the dollars out of the rider and or the contract. We took the terms out of the rider or the contract. Where will we find the money to build a courthouse? The dog park is the least of the worries. Cornell Cooperative was an income stream that I think we're now losing. And we need to find where we're going to hold our civic meetings going forward, unless they are going to be included in the 7,500 square feet. And the second question is are we actively looking for another place to house the activities of the Kirkbride building? Or was that simply a phrase put in the rider to protect both the purchaser and the seller? George, next page. One of the things that has confused me in looking at these documents is we go from 243 acres to 290 acres. What acreage is the town of Stony Point selling? If you look at the tax lots as described in this purchase and sale agreement, it is 266. If we look at the industrial development agreement, it's 290. I would think it behooves all of us to understand the acreage that is being sold. George, the next slide, please. Here are the questions. Can we see who would like to speak first?
I'll add a couple things. As far as that, the money to the state, I do not believe the state has come up with a figure, and there might be a worry that the state might demand more for parkland than the 415,000. And the other big issue or question I have is regarding having a courthouse and a recreational center. I mean, courthouses, they have to be, there's things that need to be approved by the Office of Court Administration. Of course, you have people who are criminals, convicted. So there's a lot of, I think, cost involved in having a state-of-the-art courthouse. And I don't know how easily it would jive with being connected to a community center. And I don't know if anybody's looked at that closely, but my worry would be that it's not easily done. And as you can see from the rider, if we don't vacate the existing courthouse, the purchaser can actually commence an eviction proceeding in addition to requiring the large amount of monthly payment. So basically the cost of a new court facility, I think really there needs to be more inquiry into that. Thank you.
Susan, this is Tom. Just a couple of things like that to his points. I think those are points well taken. A couple of things though that Raj is putting out there. One of them is the reduction of about $800,000, $160,000 a year. He's saying 8 years, 5 years at $160,000, saving $800,000, not to maintain some of the buildings. And then there's about a $6 million savings in demolishing these buildings and getting all that asbestos and all other junk out of there. So out of this, right there, you got $6.8 million of cost avoidance in the future that can be redirected towards rebuilding these things if we need to do them at all.
Okay, but wouldn't we have to bond that $7 or $8 million to build a courthouse?
We may, but these are expenses we're going to have anyway. Right? These are $6.8 million these are future liabilities that we're going to have one way or the other. So now, if you can avoid,
no, we've never had those liabilities.
Let me finish.
That's
finish,
just not accurate.
Thank you for not letting me finish. If I can't finish, I'm going to drop it. If you don't want to hear my point, I'll drop. That's fine. I think it
made
makes
your
more points
point.
here, but I want to be able to finish.
Oh, go ahead and finish, Tom, please.
So anyway, at least those two things, right? There's at least $6.8 million of future costs, of future liabilities we have anyway. We're going to have, if we do nothing, that's money we're going to spend. So I'm not sure how we're going to get the money for it now, for bonding for it, if it's coming out of organic revenues already.
Where
Okay,
did you come up with your $6 million number?
This is money. This is the claim that Mr. Amar is making. If you want to take,
No,
Take
well,
up
where,
the
where
amount
does
now.
that number come from? Have you ever seen any support for that number, or are you just telling us that's the number that Raj Amar came up
well,
with?
actually, I do. If you look in the appraisal, it has costs in there for demolition, and those
But
costs are
they're the costs that
$6
he provided the town.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
That's the cost that he said, this is what it's gonna cost me to take down
also,
your buildings.
but I'll
So
tell you
you
what,
better
though,
give them to me.
but
that's
it
what he said.
jives, if I can finish, it jives. I'm sorry, Hollis. It jives with the number that is in the appraisal that was done for the golf course. There's a whole section on demolition. It goes to about $5.8 million.
But that estimate came from them.
Is it possible
The
to read?
problem
I
with
don't know
this is that
who
the
them
numbers
is.
come from
Okay,
them. The
we've got
numbers
too
don't-
many, guys, we got too many conversations going on. I hear all this in the background. One person at a time. Hollis, finish your point, please.
No, the point that I'm making is that these numbers come from Mr. Amar, who are basically giving these buildings to, and he could attach whatever number he came to that. The appraiser didn't estimate what it was going to cost to do any of the remediation there.
Well, it's in the appraisal.
He accepted the number that they gave them. If you look at those numbers, the $400,000 number that they ascribe to holes 2 through 7, which is what that consists of, the state parkland, that number comes from them, the town. So how do you say that fully a third of the golf course is only worth $400,000? The state, Mike Dietrich made the point that the state has not accepted that $400,000 number as being the price that they say the town has to make up for parkland. And Mike's exactly right. If you follow the way these things have gone on in other parts of the county, Orangetown is still fighting with the state of New York about what parkland in terms of value they are going to give the state to make up for the land that Orangetown has sold off for development purposes on the RPC campus. They tried to give property that was underwater, a lake and things like that. And the state said, that's not usable parkland. That's a lake. And it's just not acceptable. They're still going on with that.
But can I respond?
Can Tom go ahead? Tom?
Again, all I can tell you is that the document that the town funded with the appraisal document, do you ask where the demolition costs came from? That's where they came from. I'm not so sure that those are illegitimate numbers. It seems to me 5.7 million. In fact, I actually think it probably be more than that, but the 5.7 million number to me sounds pretty reasonable. And I haven't seen anybody refute it with any other documentation anywhere, anyway.
Listen, why do you think that Brian Heyman is Mr. Amar's partner? It's because he does remediation work. You know, Tom, the problem is that there's no support for any of these numbers other than what we actually see.
Well, you say there's no support. I think there is support.
Well, what is the support? The support is that it sounds to you like it's more. That's not support for anything.
No, but I'm just taking that's the numbers they put together in there. You can look at the documentation. You have to take my word. That's their word.
But it's an appraiser. It's an appraiser.
Somebody else get to speak.
No,
Yeah, well, I can't.
Yes, I think that would be fair. Who just asked that question?
Me, Lori Casa.
Okay, Lori.
Then ask the question, Lori, please.
My question is, has anybody ever called in an independent company to review those buildings and give us a figure on asbestos removal, demolition, whatever? My other question is, why is the new buyer exempt from taxes until 2053?
Yay!
Okay, we're trying to get there. That is in the IDA agreement. And it is in fact, I'm not gonna decipher or offer an opinion on documents. All I can do is hand them out.
Well, let me chime in then for a second, because in the memorandum of understanding, which you have as part of your papers, that memorandum, as I read it, was a promise from the purchaser, Raj, to pay taxes. And then it also said this, this is our agreement. And then in the contract of sale, it says it's going to respect other agreements, which could be construed to be the memorandum of understanding. So I think there's an argument even that Raj should be paying taxes because he agreed to it in the MOU. So, and then my other point, which Lori raises an excellent question. And if this process were starting from the beginning, as I mentioned in the beginning of this program, I think the proper way for town government to operate is to, if it thinks the private sector can do something more cost effectively than the public sector, which I agree, by the way, with Tom and Dave on that basic proposition that private sector can do business better than the public sector. But the way to do that would be to solicit proposals from the private sector, to go publicly out to the private sector and say, we have a problem here in Stony Point we'd like to make more money in our golf course. We have these buildings that are historical, but they're falling apart. Can somebody come in and give a proposal? And then if Raj was the only entity that came in, him and his LLC, if he was the only entity that came in, so be it. But what government should be doing is not be doing stuff, backroom deals and in secret. It should be open and transparent. So in my view, we should have gone out to the public sector. And frankly, if there's a no vote on this referendum, and if I'm whatever, I think we should rethink and renegotiate, because Raj has many excellent ideas. So if we go out to the private sector and his are the best ideas, then say, you know what, let's go with it. But my personal preference would be that the actual golf course land remain private, be operated by a private company that can make company a profit as an operator, and then deal with the Letchworth property separately. That would be my personal preference, but we're beyond that right now. But my point is, we should be going to the private sector for proposals and bids. That's how government should do business.
Okay, what I'm going to do is ask George to mute everyone. And if you want to make a comment, you're going to need to raise your hand.
It's like Jack.
George, since the IDA agreement has come up, can you take the slides to the IDA agreement section, please? That would be slide 35.
Jackie Spring.
Jackie has a question.
Hi.
Okay, Jackie.
You've been talking about the cost of remediating Letchworth cottages. The North Rockland School District has had experience in the cost of remediating cottages. I did it out of the alphabet circle, the old children's unit.
Yep.
And turned it into the 6th grade through 9th grade school center using those buildings. So they had to deal with the asbestos, the electricity, and the plumbing. So you should be able to get real numbers from what it costs to put together that school program.
Excellent.
Okay. All right, you want to go to the next slide?
I want to go to slide number 35, George, which is the, okay, go back to that one and
Actually,
let's address.
I have one comment on the carnival that we do.
Yeah.
So we've done the carnival down at Lowland Hill for years. So it's not as though there isn't an alternate
Okay.
site. Whether you like it or not, that's a different question, but there are other sites that we can do the carnival.
It's not as big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the qualitative differences, I got it, but there's another spot.
Okay. The other thing that is in the purchase and sale agreement states that a host community agreement will be mutually negotiated. And it deals with the building, inspection, building, and sewer fees. So are we also deciding to reduce those fees as well, which is again a contribution to the town.
Mhm. We're not charging fees, right? According to that.
I
Well,
don't
it's not that
know.
we're not charging fees, it's that they agree to negotiate terms,
Oh,
right?
I see, gotcha. Okay.
Great questions. You know, there's a lot of,
Oh, yeah,
you know,
I'm just asking questions.
non-specific language.
Okay,
That's right.
now, this is my pet peeve, okay? In comparing the documents, I have 4 different total acreages. And we have 3 different names for the purchaser. And you can see them listed in the left-hand side. Patriot Hills Group LLC, Patriot Hills Park LLC, Patriot Hills Club LLC, and we have no federal ID number that has been provided. So the question is, what entity will we be negotiating with? George, turn the slide.
Okay.
George, turn the slide, please.
Come on, George.
I'm here.
Sorry, I'm
I'm
sorry. I just want to get it so you can talk about it. We have a Schedule A and a Schedule B. Please note that number 1 in Schedule A says an exception is the variations between the description and the tax map. George, roll it over. There's a lease agreement that is referred to. Do we clear the lease agreement up? Do we sit with it? What are we doing with it? And on point 13, it states examination cannot be guaranteed without an accurate survey. George, roll it over. We are selling personal property, which I assume is and this is an assumption, so I could be in real trouble. The golf course equipment and machinery is also going with the sale. What is the value of that? George, turn it over. The
Real quick,
ID,
Susan,
let
I'm-
me just finish and then I'm going to be quiet.
All right.
The
but I think you read all that.
The IDA description of this project is construction of a new town recreation community center and to develop up to a 500-room hotel, spa, and conference center with an approximate value of $125 million. George, roll the slide.
I love it.
Okay, on the IDA application, there is no federal ID number. The question is, there are 3 or 4 names to the purchaser. Where is our federal ID? I just have to believe you can't do anything without that number. Turn the slide, George. Here's the questions. Now, George, I'm going to ask you to mute everyone. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand so everybody can get their point in.
Is the raise the hand use the icons at the bottom?
Yeah. it
Yeah.
should-
Okay. I'm not sure everybody knows where they are.
Yes, thank you. Who would like to comment on all of that?
you see them? Let me see. Okay, raise their hand. Who's raising their hand? Okay,
don't see it.
Serafina. On the
I wanted to ask from earlier on. Can you take public funds and invest it in private property? Because that property would no longer be ours, yet we're responsible for paying for the courthouse.
Okay.
It's a good question.
Lauren Shimko.
Yeah, hi. The IDA where he proposed to the IDA that he was going to build a 500-room hotel, which I think is, I don't know if that's a good, I was thinking if it was gonna be a hotel, it'd be like a boutique hotel. But anyway, I had thought that he had told the town or the town board that it was going to be like a 75 or 100-room hotel, you know, more of what was in my mind, like a boutique sort of hotel. 500-room hotel is like some of the largest hotels I can think of. I mean, you know,
It's a 6-story hotel.
Yeah, so that's, I don't know, does that in line with the flavor of Stony Point? So that's my question. So did he lie to Stony Point or did he lie to the IDA? That's my concern right now.
Okay. Hollis? Yeah, you take your mute off, Hollis, if you want to speak.
The entire problem could be resolved in all likelihood if the golf course property, the bulk of the property, was leased to Mr. Omar for a long term so that he can get whatever financing he needs. But the town of Stony Point retains control of how the property is developed. Mr. Omar has said that the property will remain a golf course and that it is his intention to develop the lower parcel in a manner that's consistent with maintaining the golf course. Building a boutique hotel, because that 75 rooms is about what the town has authorized in that lower portion of the property. But it would retain control of the future development of the parcel with the town. If everyone's concerned about overdevelopment, and I don't know anybody who would sign into this Zoom meeting tonight, who wouldn't be concerned about development. That's what space is about. Concern about overdevelopment and appropriate development. If the property is just leased for the purposes of maintaining a golf course there's not an issue here.
Okay. Are you done, House? Okay, and Dermot, are you on there? You can take your.
What happened is that recording in progress part came out.
Okay.
No one has ever explained why we can't lease this property to Mr. Omar and why he can't get whatever financing he needs to do his project.
Okay.
It's just the rest of this stuff. It is just we're not going anywhere with it.
Okay. Dermot, you want to go now?
Yes, Emily?
Yeah, this is Emily Harvey. I have just
Emily,
a little bit of history that might be interesting and relevant.
Can you hear me?
I was a part of a small group of about 6 people to discuss the environment of children in mental institutions. 1965 or 66, I think. That's 55 years ago. And I was working at the Brooklyn Children's Museum, and I was invited to be on this small panel. And we spent actually the whole weekend discussing this issue. And Letchworth was then active and came up. One of the other panelists was a man named George Gray, who told me, told him I lived near Letchworth. He was the man responsible in that time for, he said, Letchworth is going to be given by the state to the town of Stony Point. And he said, don't worry, it will never be used for commercial or real estate development. It will be given with a condition, it only be used for public community use. So of course I was very relieved to hear that. But I just saying this tonight, just you can see how things can change, because some years after that, of course, as you all know, that the state obviously changed its mind and sold the property back to the town to do whatever they just started to do with it. But I thought you should know that those years ago, this man's name was George Gray, he's probably long gone, but that was what he told me.
Okay, thank you, Emily. I don't see any other hands up right now.
And that's all I had to say. I just wanted to put that out there.
George, I have a comment. May I?
Sure.
My hand, by the way, my hand is up and I don't know how
Oh,
to
Michael,
do it.
I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Please go ahead.
I don't know how to do it on the computer. So I actually had
I don't know.
literally my hand up.
All right, go ahead, Michael.
So yeah, like we have the same issue with Camp Bullowa where you know, the promises and the belief expectations and whatnot. But I agree with Hollis, and like I said for a long time, I would have preferred a 99-year lease or something like that. But right now where we stand, I think a adequate right of first refusal is where we're at right now. Otherwise, like I said before, if not, then I think the best thing is a no vote and then renegotiate the whole shebang next year.
Yeah. I'd like to say, just if I can raise my hand too, I've always been concerned about the fact that it was raised a little earlier about these RFPs that communities like Orangetown and other communities have used, where they go out into the public and they ask for proposals based on the current zoning. And they propose not only a plan for what they're going to build, but a basic plan of what they're going to build and where it's going to be. I feel that we're due as owners of this property to know more than just what might be built, but where is it going to go? We've raised some questions now about maybe Kirkbride is going to be the best place for a hotel down the road. I don't know. They've talked about that in the past. When McGee wanted to build a hotel, he wanted to originally build it on that site. I'd like to know what Mr. Amar's real plans are for the property, because the zoning gave him the zoning in 2019 gave him a lot of options that he wanted. I'm sure he told the town what he wanted. I didn't feel that whole overlays district zoning public hearing. The town didn't really listen to the public very much. They had an idea of what they wanted. I went to all those hearings. Space submitted comments. So they gave those rights to him to use. Now, that was the understanding that he could then evaluate the profitability of what he wanted to do based on what the town was willing to give him in those zoning changes, those variants, those zoning changes. But yet
The overlay district.
the zoning district, the overlay district, but he still has all of those. And with anybody that they give you the zoning first and you can't figure out what they're going to build, because you could build 20 different projects with that zoning. And some of them you may like and some of them you may not like, because there is housing in there. There's multifamily housing, there's single family housing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. How much of that do we really want at that site? But yet it's in the zoning. So I would prefer to see a plan of what's going to be proposed. And then, let's talk about what he's going to do. What is the real vision for that property? And what's the time frame for it? We're not going to wait 7 years to see a hotel there. I mean, I think all those questions should be answered because we own the property. We have a right. This is different than just public property being sold. We have a right to know more than just what the sale price is and that these buildings are in bad shape and he's going to help us and all this kind of stuff. I want to know what the vision is and what the time frame is going to be. So I'll leave it at that for right now.
But
I would
George, isn't
like to make
isn't that a
one- may I
catch-22?
please?
And only because I don't know how to raise my hand and I don't have my video. My video.
Okay,
camera's
the way to
busted.
raise your hand is go to reactions
Okay.
and you'll see raise your hand.
Okay, I'll do that right now.
That's okay. Go ahead. Then I have a comment after Dave.
And then Tom has his hand
I
up.
have a clap. I can do like a heart thing, but
That
I don't
works.
see
Go
how to raise
for
my
it.
hand.
I love it. Go for it.
We'll take
So, and listen, I agree with George. It is scary to release a piece of property without knowing what the developer is going to do to it. And I've been to these zoning meetings as recently as, and listen, I'm not as engaged as you all are, Susan and George and the whole crew.
Never
But-
apologize for going.
But, I went to the 9W Liberty Square because that one smelt fishy and they're looking for all these zoning adjustments before they give any realistic, they didn't even really provide much of a drawing for what they're going to do. But that said, now that we're trying to sell this piece of property, I don't know that it's plausible to expect that the person purchasing it is going to provide a detailed drawing of what they expect to do, because he's going to have to look for investors. And he's been in talks with hotels, hotel chains, trying to build a hotel conference center, mixed with the golf course, which to me seems like a great idea. And if he's true with his intentions, I think that's a great investment in our community. I think we need a hotel. I would love, my daughters are 10 and 8. I would love for them to get married here, but guess what? There's no hotel. There's no hotel from within, where's the nearest decent hotel in this county? Spring Valley, right. So we all love this community. We want to bring in ratables. And I know that's sometimes a poisonous political word, but it's true. We need to bring business into this community. I think a hotel conference center, coupled with one of the greatest golf courses in the area per, a bunch of different reviews. I think the golf course has some definite draws to it. I think it definitely needs a little maintenance, sand bunkers or not. I do golf there. It needs some upkeep. Lord knows that this public golf course is not on par. Some of the grounds are great, but it's not on par with some of the great private golf courses out there. And if we have a company that could come in, invest money in this golf course, if that's what they're planning on doing, and it seems that Mr. Amar is very much, he seems legitimate. We have no reason to think he's not, right? If his plan is to invest money in this golf course, build a hotel conference center, remediate the decrepit buildings, which the town has not done so forth, and who knows if we ever will, regardless of who's, at the helm of the town. To me, it seems like a positive investment. And I understand there's certainly some logic as far as the acreage. I think all of that certainly needs to be squared away. As much as I don't, well, I'll just say that I do agree with Mike that the, I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Right of first refusal?
The right of first refusal. Yes, Mike, thank you. I do agree that should be maybe more substantive. Maybe that should be more detailed to avoid him having the ability to flip the property, which we're all concerned about, regardless of your political affiliations.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need to smash this thing. I think we can discuss this with Mr. Amar and get some additional assurances that we would all be comfortable with. I don't think letting the town of Stony Point, or any town for that matter, run a golf course like this is in the best interest of our community. I think it hasn't been in years. We've been paying off a ton of money for something that's really not, cash flow or not, it's not bringing in the big bucks, guys. On the P&L, and I'd love to see a P&L of what the profit is of this golf course, but we're not making money on this thing. We're just not.
All right, I'm going to go.
May I, George, may I please speak? I have one comment.
Go ahead. Thank you, Dave. Go ahead.
I have one comment. Last week, a very interesting point was made. I just want to make the point because I think it was interesting and it concerned Eagle Bay. We knew that the marina would be developed. It had been talked about. At the same time, there was existing town zoning and planning board code in place that we felt as a town gave us adequate protection. As we got into the Eagle Bay application, we had things like text changes that allowed a 33% increase in the overall build. And at one point, and it was addressed to me, Amy Mealy said, "We are not a marina developer. We are a real estate housing developer, and we are going to develop real estate housing. We're not interested in the marina." One of the biggest fears for all of us is that we think we have existing protections in place, and the developer goes to the board and states, "I can't build it like this if you don't give me what I want." And the next thing we have is 260 condos in a place that is so dense, with a road that the county has told us will not be repaired, 2 red lights, and a fire department that doesn't have equipment to fight a fire in a 4-story building. The town of Stony Point needs to pull their bootstraps up, develop a real logistic master plan, one we all believe in, and that's going to take a lot of dukes up, punches in the nose, debates on both sides. And then once that master plan is settled, it needs to be adhered to and not arbitrarily per developer. "Oh, no problem, 33%, that's okay."
Okay.
Right, but the developer coming in for Liberty
residents.
Square, but the
I'm
developer
sorry?
coming in for Liberty Square met with the zoning board, and he was shut down by the current building inspector because what he was asking for was outside what the building inspector was comfortable with. So he went to the zoning board to try to get the variances, and we don't know how that settled out, but I could tell you from the reaction of the zoning board, they were not on board with just making these
Great.
changes to our zoning. So, you know,
That gives me great heart, except I saw 33% increase in a project in Eagle Bay and we rolled over.
because of the boat slips, the required boat slips, right?
Right.
And listen,
But-
I don't, and I'm not
So
saying Eagle
that's
Bay is a
all I
good deal, and I don't want to conflate the two because I'm not
No.
sold on Eagle Bay. I have concerns about Eagle Bay. I'm not.
It's just the comment. That's all, Dave.
Okay.
Is that if we
Okay.
have a zoning code and we have a use for a given property, then I think our elected officials, our elected boards are obligated to try and uphold those.
I understand. But as far as the
That's
Eagle
my
Bay
comment.
allowing one boat slip per 3 units, I don't think that has a material impact for the rest of the town.
Yes, it did.
It's an example,
Dave?
Dave, it's an example of what. you know.
I know it's an example. I don't know that it's.
Can I chime in?
All right,
Can I chime in after, can I
Michael,
chime in after Walter and Hollis?
I'm done.
hold on.
They have
Hold
their
on 1
names up.
second. Hold on 1 second. I just want to say, I want to just say one thing before I'm going to give you a chance, Michael. I was around for the original purchase of the Letchworth property. Space advocated for purchasing that property. The town, what we're talking about right now is very important, the issues that we've talked about tonight, because it is the details that are important. It's not whether we like Raj's ideas or not ideas. There's a lot of details in here that need to be understood. And that's where we got into a problem with the original town board that approved this. And I'll tell you, I can tell you everybody that was on the town board at that time, they went along with what Clough Harbor, which was the consultant, said was the best deal, and that we could do 50,000 rounds of golf a year. And our financial plans were all based on that. And that's why we got ourselves into a problem. It wasn't the golf course didn't end up making money every year. It was the financing. We overpaid for the property. And we based on a 50,000. And anybody that plays golf, and I don't, knows we're not even doing 30,000 rounds of golf a year. You can't even do 50,000 rounds of golf down in Florida, I don't think. So this was a completely ridiculous thing that our board members at the time should have been paying attention to and didn't. And I'm very concerned that I'm seeing this happening again in this case. There's a lot of questions. Susan and I went over these documents. Susan did a lot of the research on it, but we did a lot of looking, and there's a lot of questions here that should be answered before we vote yes on anything. Doesn't mean we don't like the ideas. It just means these questions should be addressed first. Michael, I'll let you go. Unless, did you say Walter? Oh, Walter, you have something. Go ahead. I mean, is that Anita? Go ahead, Anita. And Walter.
Actually, it's Anita. Susan, I thank you for the historical perspective. I think it's very important. But I think there's one big difference is that once this is sold, we give one person leverage over the town that has never been given before. This is what many of us are concerned about, that he can go to the planning, the zoning board, the town board, and if he doesn't get what he wants, he can then turn around and say, I'm going to sell it. So I think we have to keep that in mind, that we are giving leverage, unprecedented leverage to one human being. And that's the concern of many of us of where the overdevelopment is going to come in.
It's a good point. Thank you. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, to follow up with Anita, what Anita just said, yeah, I think it's the law of supply and demand. When you have land, any property that you can maximize value on, your tendency is going to be to want to do that. And that's my worry if we don't have any constraints, which is why I think strongly we need, at a minimum, the right of first refusal that I've proposed. And like I said, I'll email, I think I might have it on my website, anybody who wants it, to the town board saying, please agree with Raj with this right of first refusal. As to what Susan just said, I agree completely. I've proposed updating the master plan, and I've said specifically, we are entering a post-COVID world, which is very different than we had before. People understand they can work from home a lot more than they could. So we're in a new world now. So I think, especially for our town, where we have Herman Park to the west, the most beautiful portion of the Hudson River to our east, Bear Mountain, West Point to our north, we have just gems all around us. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be thinking in terms of master planning, where we connect these things up in a way that makes sense. Now, as to the idea of a hotel, I mean, my gut feeling is, why would anybody want to go to a hotel here in Stony Point when New York City, the George Washington Bridge is 26 miles down the road? I mean, to me, it doesn't really make sense. But you know what? If a businessman, Raj, wants to give it a try and thinks it will make sense because of these other attractions that we have, namely the Hudson River or Letchworth, fine. But all I'm saying with this right of first refusal, if it doesn't work out the way Raj would like, the town needs to be able to have the option of repurchasing the land rather than it going to some other use.
Okay, thank you,
But Mike, there are caravans of cars coming up the Palisades, and I agree with you 100% the first part. So I agree with you. There's beautiful gems in this neighborhood. I love this area. I mean, you're close enough to the city if you want to jump down there. Great. You got Bear Mountain, Harriman. You could hike, do fishing, hiking, whatever you want to do. A lot of assets to this area. There are so many people that migrate from the city up to Harriman on a regular basis. A lot of people visit and for golfing, like you guys have all, talked about, which is true. But the fact is, they get off the PIP, they hit Patriot Hills, and then they're gone. No one ventures down into our great restaurants, our community, whatever. No one stays and invests the money other than playing around a golf. If you had a hotel conference center in that area, people would come up and stay. When they're coming up and hiking the amazing trails in Harriman, visiting Bear Mountain, all the beautiful assets that we know we have, people would, I think that hotel would be booked, especially this time of year. Forget about it.
Dave,
right?
okay.
So,
Dave, I think we've all been in favor of a hotel for a long time. The question here, I think, is how big and what kind of hotel, because we're talking about something much bigger than most people envision. And just
someone mentioned 500 rooms, but then someone then immediately said it's only zoned for 70 rooms, right?
He's looking for finance based on 500. Let's let some other people speak. Hollis.
Well, just think, and my concern, what if it fails? We have to plan for that contingency. What if it fails? We don't want the land to then become an undesirable use. That's why we need that right of first refusal.
Okay,
I get it.
I would just say this to you. Doral, Arrowwood, premier conference center, golf course in Westchester County, a business hub, a place where people go, have money, play golf, and go for conferences. Doral, Arrowwood is bankrupt and was being foreclosed on.
Mm-hmm.
After it was reorganized, it went back under again, and it's being sold and is already under foreclosure. I don't wish any misery on Mr. Ramar. I don't want the golf course property to be sold for the purpose of building houses. And I certainly don't want to give it away for the purposes of it being sold and having houses built on it. I would love for a hotel to be at the bottom of the hill here. Around the corner from my home. I would like there to be a hotel there. I would like there to be a boutique hotel there. But the bottom line is, if we do not control the manner in which that property is developed long term, we are at the whim of someone who has never been a developer before and who may not be able to make a go of this. I don't know of anybody who thinks this is not a vibrant private golf club community. It is not. It never will be. And the bottom line is, a golf course was built there because we didn't want the property to be the subject of overdevelopment. When Legoland approached the town of Haverstraw about putting Legoland on the Haverstraw side of the Letchworth Village property, it was never going to be sold to the Legoland Combine. It was going to be leased. Taxes were going to be paid through the lease and a pilot program for that purpose. And the town was going to reap the lion's share of the benefit from that. That was a big issue. And the bottom line is, they never intended to sell that property to a developer. Why are we giving ours away? What did they know? Why are we so damn smart that we think this is a good idea? I'm not sure. I don't get it.
Okay.
You
But
could
Hollis,
lease it to.
you can't say, Hollis, that Legoland was a good idea and this
All
is a
right, Dave,
bad idea.
Dave.
I'm
other
not
people,
saying it
raise
was
your
a
hand
good
like
idea.
everybody
I'm
else,
just
Dave.
saying to
Not a
you that it wasn't a good
Yeah.
idea to give it away.
Yeah. All
It
right.
wasn't a good idea to give it away. It was going to be leased.
All right. Is there somebody who hasn't spoken that would like to have a chance as we're going to kind of wind this up at this point? Okay. I'd like to kind of wind things. I want to thank Susan for the work that she did. Michael, did you have anything else to say, or is this?
No. I just don't know how to work this thing.
Okay.
I
George,
wanna- yeah.
George, may I just say thank you to everyone? And I did not mean to be rude, but at some point we needed to move the conversation and allow other people to speak. So if I've offended anyone, I do apologize.
Yeah.
But the conversation did happen. Excellent ideas were offered.
Yes.
And I thank all of you for participating.
Yeah, there was a great conversation. I really appreciate everybody. And I want to let you know, we're going to have our third conversation next Wednesday about the business district, Main Street and Business District. So we'd hope that you participate in well. And I appreciate the candidates, Michael Dieterich and Lauren Shimko, for participating as
Yes,
well.
thank you for having us. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night. Let's see if I can get out of this.